Hello there and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Artemis II and Orion as it makes its way to the moon. Welcome in everybody. Trial TV Live. Right. Got my audio, seems to be working fine. So we covered the launch on April 1st. We did a recap yesterday, April 5th. What they were doing through days 1, 2, 3, 4, and we also did a live look-in on day 5. And today they are going to be circling around the moon. So today is the day they are going to be circling around the moon. So I just want to welcome in everybody. Heidi, hello again. Crazy Mary Jo, Selena K, Barry, good to see you. Let's go back. Let's see. Who else do we have with us? Grampy and Anthony, good to see you. Christy, thank you for joining us. Kimbers and Missy Russell, good to see you. Pammy, yes, I think you figured out that we're live now. Gordon, good to see you. Rock and roll. Welcome in. Sherry, glad to be watching with us. Awesome. Richard in the kitchen, hello. Iowa Backyard, Rocket Man, and the final countdown. All right, let's get to it. Camilla, yes, fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Wizard of Ezzy, you're laying down. No worries. That's okay. Zen Dreaming, hello. Elsie, good morning to you. Or good morning, listen to me. Hello. Dina, Debbie, you are back as well. The McCormick family. Becky B, hello. Downey Lynn. Miss Bree, good to see you as well. Virginia, thank you for coming in and joining us. All right. So, Debbie, thank you so much for the $2 gift. That's very sweet of you. All right. So here's a brief timeline of what they are going to do today. So here's the timing. All right. So we've got 1 p.m. Right now it's 5:30 Eastern. So at 1 p.m. that's when coverage began. So at 1:56 they set the record for the longest miles that we've traveled. So Apollo had done that earlier. So that's where I'm going to start us with. I've got that moment here. So I'm going to start that moment. I'm going to start that Apollo record, and then after that. They at 7 o'clock, so another hour and a half, it's going to be the closest, Orion's going to have its closest approach to the moon, which is about 4,000 miles. And it's also going to reach its maximum distance from the Earth, which is 252,760 miles. And then apparently there's going to be a solar eclipse as well at 8:35. So we'll stick around for a couple hours. We'll see what happens. So let's watch the moment in which they set the record for the most miles traveled by a human being. So let's check that moment out. All right, hold on. Wait, hold on. Having issues here. This happened to me earlier too. Hold on a sec. This happened to me today. Let me just make sure. All right, I may have to. So why is there no audio? I've had this problem earlier too.
Orion itself has 330 cubic feet of habitable volume. That's about the size of 2 minivans and is 60% more cubic volume than the Apollo spacecraft. We are standing by for the Integrity crew aboard Orion to surpass the Apollo 13 record.
Integrity crew, On April 15, 1970, during the Apollo 13 mission, 3 explorers set the record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from our home planet. At that time, over 55 years ago, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes flew 248,655 statute miles away from Earth. Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier. Integrity, over to you.
Yeah, from the cabin of Integrity here, as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth, we do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we, most importantly, choose this moment to challenge this generation and in the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
Thank you, Integrity, and congratulations to you and the rest of the Artemis II team.
Thank you, Houston. We have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not been previously named, and our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for those items or those areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens, and so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft, Integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary, and so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reid, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
So that was Reid's wife that passed away. Wow.
Integrity and Carol Crater. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Carol was the spouse of Reid Wiseman. I didn't know that. So Reid Wiseman's the commander, and it must have been Jeremy that requested that. Yeah, I had no idea. Guys, if you're going to come in here and troll, we're going to delete your messages and we'll time you out and or ban you from the channel. So take it somewhere else. Go somewhere else. We're not going to stand for that. Just so you know, fair warning. The pretty chick, it was Reid's spouse. They said spouse, like apparently wife, because it said the mother of, and then two daughters. So Reid Wiseman. Yeah, she died tragically. All right, here, Aaron just sent this over. April 3rd, she passed away. May 17th. Oh, she 5-year cancer with cancer. 5-year battle.
As the Artemis II crew passed the record set by Apollo 13 for the farthest humans to ever fly from Earth at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen shared.
We're getting ourselves all put back together now, and we are going to dim the cabin lights and prepare for our science objectives ahead. Thank you.
Sounds good. We're doing the same down here, and you are maneuvering to your observation attitude.
All right, I'm going to mute this for a second and just read about. So Carol, 5-year battle with cancer. She passed away May 17th in Texas. Reid is one of the 4 crew members. He's actually the commander. 27-year-old Navy veteran. Let's see. I love these 2 ladies. I'm boarding that rocket, a very proud mother. Carol worked as a nurse. Oh, wait a minute. This is from 2020. Her 2020 obituary says. Okay, I guess she passed away in 2020. Seems like 2020 she passed away. She graduated First Colonial High School, James Madison University, Virginia Commonwealth University. She was a pediatric nurse practitioner. Okay, I guess she passed away in 2020. So that's sad. All right, thank you, Aaron, for that. So even though this article is from, okay, yeah, this must have been 2020 she passed away. So, all right. So they're going to hopefully name that crater after her, or that feature. I guess it was a crater. Yeah, Mal shall forever be a bright spot on the moon. That was nice. That was nice. All right, we're going to, I'm going to fast forward a little bit here. Let's see. So 7 o'clock, which is, we still have some time. I'm gonna kind of scrub through. Just kind of scrub through a little bit here. So there are 11,000 miles to the moon at this point. That was 3 hours ago. Let's do a little check-in here. Oh, here, let's check this out.
I can see the entire moon that they're looking at. We left the T-shirt up there, so I was kind of peeking through the opening in the makeshift shroud there. And once I was able to get 2 eyes on it, what jumped out at me was Vavilov. It's just peeking out of the Terminator. It's clear of the Terminator now, but it just really jumps out because it's still got the low light, the low sun angle. And so where the, Vavilov has that impact over the top of another crater, where the 2 craters intersect on the eastern edge. So on the side closest to Oriental, where the two crater rings intersect. The shadow there is the highest peak in the interior of Vavilov, and so you can see that terrain is, there's some real variation in the terrain there, that there's a nice peak where those peaks intersect, where those rings intersect, and we'll get a picture of that.
Love the description, Victor, especially the comparison and relationships you just described about topography. And if it's easier for your observations, do feel free to remove the T-shirt shroud from window 1.
Yeah, absolutely, we will do. Thank you.
All right, I wanted to show you guys this. Aaron was able to find, we had patches too. I told you during our launch, I have family members that worked on, hold on.
Photos are...
I have family members that worked on the Apollo missions, the Orion mission, one that is currently working on the Orion mission. And Aaron, we had patches given to us, but Aaron was able to find. There's our little tag, if you will, our button. So we had patches. I couldn't find the patches. I have them. I just have them misplaced after we moved.
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
All right, so I'm going to scrub through. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want that. Eesh, get rid of that.
Houston, thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a big difference for the imagery. And for science, we are now seeing a half moon.
All right, so we caught up. I guess when I switched scenes there, we caught up.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it. And we see half moon, full moon joy still.
We'll just stay live. Might as well just stay live with them. We'll just stay live with them at this point. Right? No point in rewinding. Oh. Ooh. That's fun.
So,
as it gets brighter and brighter.
It could block the light, but just...
All right. We'll just stay live. I'll just stay live with them. Aaron's still rocking as usual. Yes.
Crew reporting from Orion that they are seeing half the moon, which is about what it looks like here from this view from the spacecraft. However, what has become a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission, everyone is reporting full moon joy.
Yeah, if we wouldn't get a copyright strike, I'd be playing Pink Floyd right now. I'd be playing Dark Side of the Moon. But we totally would get a copyright strike.
We are keeping up with which targets the crew is tracking through their lunar targeting package. They are just wrapping up their second...
Science integrity, another observation the window team commented on, and Christine and I discussed a bit, is in Hertzsprung. The solid and intact crater is very smooth. If it were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older,
it is a little rougher and more jagged and starts to get into more loose-looking terrain. And the smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo around Oriental and between Oriental and Ohm, excluding the wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the 6, 7. And that they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, a rippling pond, but frozen. Or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and then it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pokey. Except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic highlands. Thanks for that.
In science, another in the interior of the very intact, the interior of the intact crater at Hertzsprung is albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just patchy. It just has spots that are lighter, and I would say a predominantly darker average area.
Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
Really great descriptions coming from
science. The window team is hitting all the targets. They are on plan and starting the discussion of the Terminator. And boy, I'm loving the Terminator. I think I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, I've probably spent the most time describing into my recordings and thinking about and looking at the Terminator. There's just so much magic in the Terminator. The islands of light, the valleys that would look like black holes. You'd fall straight to the center of the moon if you stepped in some of those. It's just so visually captivating that the Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks. Integrity Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
Window 2 talked about Vavilov, looked for suspended dust, and the Terminator. And window 3 about the experience and about the three-dimensionality of the moon this close.
Wonderful.
And
Thanks,
another
Victor.
observation about Oriental, I would say, is the features going off to the southwest, the two large, almost look like scratches in the surface. I don't know if they're rays or canyons or collapsed lava tubes, but two distinct features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental Basin. They are the first things that made me notice parallax of our trajectory looking out at Oriental. That and in the inner walls of the east side of the crater rings, you really get a sense that we're flying over something with elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
Love to hear it, Victor. And you had it that those chains are actually crater rays, secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the northwest, that run off toward Hertzsprung and I believe toward Vavilov. I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are very interesting. They're all very small. I know you've imaged this, but they're all small and they look like, a big impact launched rocks and things that made smaller impacts down the way. But something very interesting, and again, you can see this in imagery, but some of them are parallel, and then some of them converge toward the center of Oriental. And then I think I even saw some that maybe diverge, not diverge, but that are convergent, which indicate multiple large impacts that created a lot of secondary impact crater rays.
Fantastic, Victor. And I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Yeah, you're welcome. And Integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
We've been hearing some great situation reports from Victor Glover, the pilot of the Artemis II mission, calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung Basin. If you look just to the right of the terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost in the very center of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array. We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal in about 43 minutes. Again, the spacecraft will fly behind the moon, and during that time, we won't have communication with them. They will be out of reach of our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon.
All right, so we were just talking about that. Richard asked.
The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the terminator, that difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface, and it's already been very interesting to hear that they have seen colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon. Some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are: how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the terminator? And they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings. Glover reported earlier that the crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today. We have a few minutes left while the crew is discussing the terminator. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the moon, our moon, from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. Inside that spacecraft, 4 astronauts, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the first 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years. This is our lunar flyby day, and the crew has already surpassed one record today. The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that he hopes it's a record soon broken by other explorers.
That's cool. I love hearing about all your guys, everybody in chat, that they knew somebody that worked on some kind of, space program or mission or something. That's so cool. So 157, they broke the record for longest away from Earth, and that terminator is that line between light and dark. So that's what they're talking about when they talk about terminator. That's what they mean. So. We're at 21,599 subscribers. We need one more to get to 21,600. So if you guys are out there listening and you want to subscribe.
We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, monitoring the flight of Artemis II. All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to read up to you. They'll require you to write something down on your knee boards, so let me know when you're ready.
Okay, Houston, we are ready.
Copy, Integrity. First of all, once you start this next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS, so you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior reminding you. And second of all, FIDO just sent us updated altitudes and METs for lunar closest approach and max Earth altitude. Let me know when you are ready to write those down. They differ slightly from Optimus.
Thank you for helping us reach 21,600 subscribers, guys. Appreciate it.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067 statute miles. Maximum Earth altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 39 seconds, with an altitude of 252,756 statute miles.
The crew really wants to ask for that in kilometers and in parsecs, but thank you for those. That is great. Thanks for that update.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric. Other than that, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass to you. Enjoy your handover time, and we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
Can we get that in parsecs? I love it. Not miles. Can we get that in parsecs? Thank you for helping us reach 21,600, guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Debbie, for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Welcome in, new members. Welcome in. Can we get that in parsecs? Yeah, Running with Scissors, they don't stream at night when the crew is sleeping. So they as far as I know,
those words called from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis II backup crew member, to the crew working aboard the Orion spacecraft. Had a little bit of a view inside the cabin. As you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the light that you were able to see is coming through the window, a reflection of Earthshine and from the moon. The crew is moving into their next observation block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams. We've had Reid Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen at the windows taking pictures and making annotations and recording some audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were in the background serving as support. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal. Now that we are swapping positions, the support team becomes Reid Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps, as well as providing those situational reports to the science team. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window, photographing and speaking into those PCDs, portable computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon. As you heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, this block is also when we will lose communications with the crew. That LOS, or loss of signal, scheduled to be less than 35 minutes from now. We anticipate to be out of signal with them for about 40 minutes, and will regain that communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon. Now, even though the crew will be flying behind the moon, their observation period does not stop. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations of what they are seeing. They'll be looking for the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment. Just before Earthrise, the crew will be looking for lofted lunar dust. This may be lofted just above the lunar surface, and we could only see it just before Earthrise along the dark western limb. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. But once the crew is all the way around the Earth, the brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see. These were based on observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft, and so we're very interested to see if the crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today. Following that lofted lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise. There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period. So we will have communication with the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame. During that time, the science team is looking to know it will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point. So they want to know what the whole moon looks like overall, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any planets.
Pretty sure they're going to see the moon.
Once the eclipse is over, the lunar
flyby
period will have ended.
Yeah, I think they're going to see the...
We are live through the whole thing, and even once flyby is over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Integrity, you got a moment?
Well, there you go, Running with Scissors. They stay live 24/7. I thought they had an upcoming stream, but I guess they go live.
I don't know
live.
if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just wanted to just let them know how much fun we're having out here. It's extraordinary to be on the far side of the moon right now and just see it hanging out there and looking back at the Earth. And Ashley and Kaylin, I know you're back in Canada, but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say hi to all you guys. Love you guys, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
Yeah, so they shut out the lights in the window, or shut out the lights so that they have better viewing. Like when there's lights, it's hard to see outside. Just think about it in your house. When you have your lights on, you can't really see outside. When you turn the lights off, you can see outside. So they're going to have the moonrise, the sunrise. I'm sorry, the moonrise, the earthrise. They're going to see an eclipse. Just amazing. Just amazing everything that they're going to see. And I think they're going to see the moon and the earth in the same, yeah, because the moon's going to be here, and then the earth is going to be like obviously right beyond it. Beyond
this view inside the Orion spacecraft, and it's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen just calling down some well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching online. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby observation block. At this time, Reid Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members, and they are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time.
Yep, so we're looking at the inside. This is the
On
inside.
the lunch menu today for Reid Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, we have vegetarian chili, salmon croquettes, chicken with peanut sauce, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, chocolate pudding, barbecued beef brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut squash, candy-coated chocolates, and maybe even a little bit of coffee.
Wow, that was a list of food. chicken, peanut sauce, sweet and savory
And if you
kale,
look closely, you
pickled
can
beets.
see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All of the food on the spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's not a refrigerated section of the Orion spacecraft. So all of this food can either be rehydrated or eaten straight from the package, just depends on what the food actually is. And for food that needs to be rehydrated, there is information on each package of how much water needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be.
I think it still has to you still have to suck it in. I don't think they can just sit there and eat.
We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 39 minutes, 40 minutes actually, into the flight of Artemis II, the spacecraft now under 4,500 miles from the moon.
Yeah, everything is it's not like out on a plate and you can eat because it would be flying all over. So it's all in packets, and I think they just suck it. they just suck through a straw basically. I don't think anything is chewable because it would just be too messy.
We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts. We will regain that communication about 40 minutes later. They will still be photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And we especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera view throughout the flyby. And the science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo with the solar array intermittently, perhaps one every 8 to 10 minutes. Still photos represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of signal, the science team will capture a series of photos, one every 30 seconds, to include Earthset, all the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal. In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch to time-lapse photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video quality won't be as sharp as you have it right now, but we want to ensure that the science team captures the data that they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. But with the view you are seeing right now, we are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system that is keeping the spacecraft powered and the crew alive, especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life support system, keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home. On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team swap period, but it looks like our astronauts, Victor Glover and Christina Cook, are already photographing the moon outside of those windows. The next target is Ohm Crater, and this is something that they have photographed previously during the flyby. This is a small, complex crater with a prominent ray system, and as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara. That Eye of the Sahara is a feature in Mauritania. Seeing this crater more than once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions. Those different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target and can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed and what it is today.
Yep, we will. If you troll us, if you troll this, we will delete your comment and you may possibly be banned from the channel. So fair warning, if you come in and you troll us, you troll this whole thing, we're not going to stand for it. If you say that, if you say anything, we're going to delete your comment and then you may be timed out and or banned. So if you want that, go for it, but fair warning. So Artemis II is the rocket. Orion is the spacecraft, and then they named it Integrity. The astronauts themselves named it Integrity. So Artemis 1 and 2, that's the spacecraft
Again, this view
itself.
inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the moon outside their windows. They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft.
So you have Artemis is like the mission, then you have Orion is the capsule, and then the crew named this particular one Integrity. So that's like the breakdown of it. Hope that makes sense. So take a quick little look here again.
We expect the crew to be targeting Ohm Crater for another 6 minutes or so before they move into a discussion of the limb. Now, the science team has asked for a science sit rep or situation report during that time, so we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing.
So just want to put that milestones up again.
If you've been following along, at the start of the day, we did have much more of the moon visible. And even just an hour or so ago, we could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more of the far side and that darkness where the moon is not reflecting light from the sun.
And that's when we're going to lose communication with them for under 40 minutes. So we're going to lose communication with them. It's going to be weird. See, that's when we could play Dark Side of the Moon. But we will get copyright struck. So 702, that's their closest approach. She said 4,067
Earlier,
miles.
we were also able to see some of those darker portions, that old lava flow that we often see on the near side of the moon and that we can all see from Earth. That has mostly gone away. We are now just seeing very little of Oriental. That's down to the bottom right of the moon. You can see just a small dark portion near the limb. We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew. Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network. As you recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, we expect their closest approach to the moon to be at MET, or mission elapsed time, of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth at mission elapsed time 5 minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles. These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be without communication to the spacecraft at that time, so once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you.
So my count down isn't working, but my count up is working. So she said about 18 minutes before we lose communication. And then I'll reset that and we'll go, she said about just under 40 minutes. So we'll do that. I'll reset it then.
Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of the limb, seeing the limb of the moon, that illuminated part. Currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. And we are expecting loss of signal in about 13 minutes. We will regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later. A milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. I've continued to reference the lunar targeting package throughout this broadcast, which is the primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the Lunar Geography Review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and verbal descriptions of what will be helpful to the science team reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones.
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
Okay, Jenny, that came, we missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning, is that what you're saying?
10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reid's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the Moon and part of the Moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reid is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Okay. Reid was using the Z9, and the T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it. So maybe that's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, that we'll take sit reps in the blind. And as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
All right, Jenny, you'll have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Okay, impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it. And yeah, just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light coming coming through the outer hall from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like, I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the two panes of glass.
Copy.
I think that's the Earth. So you see the moon. They're pretty much on the dark side of the moon, and then pretty sure that's the Earth. That's got to be the Earth. I hope that's Earth. I hope that's the Earth. Right? That's got to be the
You're
Earth there to
getting
the
your
right.
first live look at Orion, the moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture.
There we go. Orion, the moon, and then the Earth. That is you. That's us way back there. That's pretty cool.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer as the astronauts are going to pass behind it. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Again, we will be out of communication with them for about 40 minutes until they come around the other side of the moon and we can re-establish contact.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
We will see you on the other side.
All right, so they lost their communication. Thank you, Kimbers, for $3. Appreciate that. So they lost communication for about 40 minutes. Whew, this is going to be the longest 40 minutes in anybody's life that is experiencing this. For their families, for them.
Poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth. Glover touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts.
Oop, okay.
The Artemis II crew will
They
be
haven't
out of
lost power
signal
yet.
for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface. And they will reemerge, and we will also get this view on the other side.
Okay, they haven't lost communication yet. Ooh, I wonder if I wonder if this screen goes dark. Yeah, it's going to go dark. It's not okay. I thought it was just audio. No, it's going to be video as well. So it's going to be video and audio. Yikes. Yeah, the families, Blue Star, everybody in mission control, everybody that's touched this from the technicians to the to the scientists to the engineers. Everybody's going to be like, hopefully they'll come back. Of course they will. Yeah, of course they will.
Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion on the Artemis II mission. Now, 5 days and 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. How great thou art.
All right, I guess that's officially when we're starting. She said about 40 minutes. Oh, and they're back. They keep going out and back, out and back.
30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal.
All right, we'll go ahead and we'll start it here. About 40 minutes now. 40 minutes of quiet. And now we get visualization. So they're 4,132 miles from the moon, and they're going to get down to 4,067 miles. Carl Sagan would have loved this for sure. For sure, Ola. For sure. Ruth Wally, good to see you.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface. We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later, at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds, when their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers.
Yeah, expect a huge cheer when Orion comes back online. When they come back and they say, "Hey, we're here, we made it." Expect that room to erupt. Expect that room to erupt.
Throughout the Artemis II mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles, carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Thank you so much, Grampy, for the $10. Appreciate your support and the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. It's very, very sweet of you, and thank you guys for watching with us. I'm so happy to be sharing this experience with all of you. This is so cool.
We are now about 33 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. And in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey.
Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day.
Oh, no kidding. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist. Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD. So all these descriptions of impact craters have me just absolutely swooning. How I got into this, though, is, during my PhD, I got an internship at NASA and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the Science Officer Console, for which this is the first mission we're supporting. We developed the Science Evaluation Room that's right upstairs. And so it's so gratifying to see this operation structure come to fruition, especially on a day like today.
I would have to imagine so. And we've got a great view of the Science Evaluation Room right now. Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
Absolutely. So as you might have heard in some of the press briefings and content that, we've been putting out, color and albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Just to highlight maybe one of them, we heard about greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those greenish hues could actually tell us something about the volcanic evolution of that area. So you can bet that the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images and the crew audio that we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
Wow, that is fascinating. I was hearing those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint, because looking at the moon from, 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just hearing that, them being so close and getting to see that, fascinating. And I know very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see in the upcoming portion of the flyby?
The upcoming portion is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, while folks in the room are kind of taking their stretch breaks and everything, the crew are still hard at work. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, the first thing, of course, we're going to hear about is Earthrise. We're really looking forward to hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with and that, Apollo 8 brought us such amazing images from. But then we start to get into describing the Terminator, as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment. Then the vehicle's going to orient away from the moon for an hour and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations that we're really looking forward to.
It's kind of nice that the crew will get a little break in there, because they have been hitting it hard today with photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
Oh my goodness, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, we've already gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we've really gotten some great descriptions. So absolutely, I'm looking to the human moment of Earthrise. Lofted dust is an exciting one, and lofted dust will be a target for them in the right around the time of Earthrise, but again in the eclipse period. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far how the moon has changed. And this is going to be even more dramatic change to go from their end of this kind of lunar illuminated piece of the flyby into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time. And I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. And what a privilege that we get to do that on this mission, because that's not always the case. If we had launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd, we wouldn't have gotten to see that eclipse. Is that right?
That's correct. April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot in the weeks leading up to the launch, well, what's your favorite day? And my answer truly was, there is no bad day to launch to the moon. We were going to get great science out of it no matter what, but it's a really neat opportunity to, bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture while still literally keeping the moon in center stage.
Fascinating. So what differences are we looking for at each site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare. What are the differences that you're hoping to see?
We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing. And we have even different prompts for the person with the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the unaided eye. And you've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, I can really detect different nuances. And that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, see it for real has been really gratifying. But we're looking for different things based on the target. Sometimes we're looking for color. Sometimes we're looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of what texture and morphologies pop out to you and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. You've heard, Victor especially make some comments about future impacts for exploration. So already I think that their descriptions in this first part of the flyby have told us something scientifically, but also about future surface missions.
Well, it was so interesting to hear Victor talking about he was imagining in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around. That was very cool to hear. And when we're thinking about targets, I know some of them are determined based on the launch day because that determines the lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today, how and why were these selected?
Such a wonderful question. This really gets at at the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. Illumination conditions is a big one, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested on the lunar feature to be illuminated by the sun in order to view them. But the timing in which they see them during the flyby enables us to ask different questions. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about, well, the same pair, Reid and Jeremy, will get to actually look at Glushko crater twice. And that looking at it from different illumination angles allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Then you have other craters where you want to look at it with the sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
We've talked a little bit with the viewers today about what the crew is able to capture in this short time frame of those craters in different lighting conditions. Could take years for something robotic to be able to do based on attitude maneuvers and where the sun is at. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having both the robotic operation and having the crew?
Absolutely. We definitely don't want to minimize the impact of orbiting spacecraft. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is the one that's often referenced. Data from LRO and its payloads have really been instrumental in getting us, frankly, to this point for Artemis II and future missions. But the human experience, the crew observations that we've already been hearing about, it is such a perfect complement to the orbiting spacecraft data because they are able to have this unique perspective. They are far enough away where they can make these contextual observations. You've already heard it. How many times have we heard the crew and their science sit reps say, if I track this feature from all the way up here in the northern hemisphere down to the southern hemisphere, here are comparisons I can make. That right there is not something we had the ability to do with the Apollo missions. And it allows just literally in the blink of an eye to synthesize observations that it would take, a really significant effort to coordinate with different orbiting platforms. And they're making it like that.
Wow. It has been very, very exciting to hear all of their calls so far. And so I've heard they were able to capture every single target so far too. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. And I think it's important also to remember that, and I know the science team is anxiously awaiting this, we've been hearing from the crew members who are not at the forward windows, right? Those crew who are, really in the thick of the observations, they are recording minutes-long observations per target on their crew tablets. We will be getting those down starting here in a couple hours, and that's going to contain really meaty science information that we haven't heard live yet, and that's going to form the basis of my conversation with them tomorrow morning, where we're going to have a really deep dive into the science and absolutely nerd out about what they were able to do today. One of the most gratifying things for me today is hearing multiple crew members say, thank you for putting the discussion times in the targeting plan, because when we have had the ability to put multiple brains on a problem, we have elevated each other. And I'm looking forward to them, sleeping on it overnight and then us actually being able to really, truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow.
Well, we're looking forward to it too. And I cannot wait to hear everything that you guys get to learn overnight from some of those audio recordings and just everything that they'll be able to share tomorrow. So Kelsey, I know you are very busy. You've done a great job today. And thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Thanks for having me. It's such an exciting day.
We are now expecting acquisition of signal in about 24 minutes. As a reminder, the Orion spacecraft has flown around the other side of the moon, where they are out of contact with our deep space network.
About 17 minutes, no communication. They have to go to about 40. All right, so we still got about 25 minutes or so. Yes. This is where they make contact with the aliens, or the aliens make contact with us, with them. CCG TV says this 40 minutes is going by pretty fast. Kimbers loves the timer. Yeah. Was just a customer, didn't stay long. Very good.
And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. And we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. We're continuing to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the of the moon, the Earth now out of sight. What they're in right now is a crew choice event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment. After their impact flash targeting, the team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity and the astronauts for Artemis II.
So Camilla, we had a little bit of here, let me just in our description, so Reid is the commander. He's responsible for the overall mission success and crew safety. Jeremy is the mission specialist. He supports navigation systems and mission objectives. Victor is the pilot. He assists with spacecraft operations and trajectory control. And then Christina is the mission specialist. She supports experiments and onboard systems. So that's just real high level. What they're doing specifically, I suppose we could dig deeper into that. But for now, just check out our description and you can kind of see those are some brief, just brief high level things that they're doing.
the spacecraft. This is LUCA, the Lunar Utilization Control Area, and it's joined by LISA, the Lander Engineering Support Area, which are twin control rooms that will support missions and operations in lunar orbit or on the moon's surface in real time at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. The LUCA and LISA are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the SLS Engineering Support Center, which is used during launch, and the POIC, where science on the International Space Station is monitored. LUCA primarily supports Artemis science operations, while LISA will provide engineering support for landing astronauts on the moon. During this mission, Artemis II, teams in the LUCA will use the facility to support first-of-its-kind science operations to better understand the deep space effects of microgravity and radiation on the crew's physiology, immune systems, and ability to complete various tasks. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon. For future crewed missions to the moon, members of the NASA Human Landing System Mission Insights Support Team, a group of engineers, safety leads, flight operations experts, and technical authorities will work in the LISA. There, they will monitor lander systems in real time and be involved in key decision-making processes throughout the mission. Teams are using the LISA during Artemis II to observe mission operations and using the opportunity to inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon's surface.
So, Kathy, the ISS, the space station, is orbiting the Earth. It's about 240, 250 miles above the Earth, and it's
we now expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion in about 17 minutes. In the meantime, a little overview of how our crew members flying by the lunar far side at an altitude of between 4,000 and 9,000 miles are testing the capabilities of the Orion capsule. Artemis II visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the flyby using detailed topographic maps of the lunar terrain and photorealistic lighting scenarios. The Artemis II crew members have been using these visualizations to prepare for this historic mission, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface and beyond.
So the most exciting thing to me about Artemis II is just the return to the moon. We haven't been there in 50 years. Human eyes are going to see parts of the moon that haven't been seen by anyone before. It also recommits us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time. And I think it provides an opportunity for younger generations to understand the excitement of doing that kind of exploration. Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. The emphasis of Artemis is going to be, first of all, science, but second of all, learning to sustain a presence on another world. First on the moon, but we're hoping that that's a stepping stone to Mars and other destinations in the solar system eventually. Artemis II will be a flyby mission. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized, and we need to make sure that all of those work. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before. They will be flying by the moon at an altitude that's much higher than Apollo's orbits. And so they will see the entire disk of the moon, including areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole that astronauts from Apollo never saw. All of that depends on the lighting, which we really won't know until launch day, but we can practice with different lighting scenarios. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. If you can make a visualization of it, show them a movie, that helps everybody choose the targets and also practice aiming at those targets. The astronauts have actually been looking at these visualizations through the lens of the camera and practicing aiming at the various targets. This is a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows what the Apollo astronauts could see in sunlight while they were in orbit. The brighter parts are the parts that they could see. The darker parts, like this entire area here and places that are farther north and south, are places that they couldn't see in sunlight, either because it was nighttime there or because it was beyond the horizon of the astronauts. All of the Apollo flights orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Because the astronauts were flying at such a low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close and they couldn't see the north and south poles. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And it includes this amazing impact feature here called Oriental. Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers wide. It's got multiple rings. These are rings that form like ripples in a pond from the impact, but of course it's on a huge scale. The middle of Oriental has that sort of dark basalt lava covering it, like the dark spots that we see on the near side. It's one of the biggest ones that's more on the far side than the near. So seeing it with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras is an important goal for the mission.
This live view in the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, just down the hall from where we're at in the Artemis Mission Control Room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby. The crew continues their observations of the moon, even though they are out of touch with Earth. We expect to hear from them in 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Again, this is approximately 40 minutes loss of signal while they are out of reach of the deep space network. Right now, they are imaging or attempting to image lofted lunar dust. Throughout our coverage, we've talked a lot about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, but we also spoke to the crew about what the moon means to them and how they see its place in human history.
Just want to take this moment to remind you guys to hit the like button. We have 1,200 people watching, so just take a moment and hit the like button, and we'll get back to our coverage here.
I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon and whatever phase it was in, I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. And it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
It represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. There's no processes of wind or change in the Earth, geologic processes like we have here that change it. And something that's been telling and can read out the story of its own evolution, there's something beautiful about that.
I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as grandmother moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use grandmother moon because grandmother moon is responsible for the water in their community. The grandmothers, sort of protect the water source, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
We all have seen the same side of the moon in different lighting conditions our whole lives. And so it seems very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. When we get up close, some of the imagery that we'll get to describe and to share with people will be very unique. And that nature, both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know, just is really special.
It's just the epitome of a symbol of both something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are currently out of contact with the Artemis II crew. This was a planned, or not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs when the crew flies behind the moon. We use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew, and when they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. And when you consider our nonstop communications during the time in which we live, this is even more striking. For the Artemis II crew, they're only currently communicating with each other. Now, we expect to regain those communications in under 9 minutes from now, and we also are hopeful for a view of Earthrise. Despite being out of communication, the crew is continuously capturing imagery of their predetermined lunar targets.
Yes, cue Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. I wish we could play it, but we'll get copyright struck or something will happen. We'll have to share revenue or whatever. So, we're gonna keep away from that. So this is a visualization of where they are. So about another 8 to 9 minutes, they're going to be communication loss. Trying to read. Let's say Moon Earth. So that's in meters and kilometers. So now they're just doing half of us are singing it in our minds right now, right, Iowa?
Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate regaining communications with the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. In the meantime, Artemis II lunar science deputy lead Marie Henderson is trained these astronauts to capture and document their views of the lunar surface for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
I cannot wait to hear their voices when they get to the far side of the moon and I can hear them talk about seeing the moon out their window. I try to imagine it now and just like tear up thinking about it. Ooh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains our astronaut friends have. They are going to be able to observe the moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, they'll look through their camera and snap pictures, and just looking out the window getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts were so much closer to the lunar surface. Our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude, so they're going to be able to see the whole moon as a lunar disk on the lunar far side. That's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. We are doing a lot of lunar geography training with them. They have study sessions and quizzes they can do that are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, we have to think through the hardware that they have, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400 millimeter lens. So something that allows them to zoom in really far and actually take more detailed observations of the surface. It's almost like looking through a pair of binoculars as well. It's just like being a geologist out in the field. They're telling us what they're seeing, looking for colors, textures, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. We have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were only on the moon for 300 hours total, and they only went to the equator. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites, and they only saw so little, 300 hours total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn, and we are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
Yeah, Anthony, for sure. That room is going to erupt. That room is going to erupt in cheers once we get communication
We are now
back.
4 minutes and 28 seconds until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts flying aboard Orion on the Artemis II mission. They are now flying behind the moon. While behind the moon at an MET, or mission elapsed time, of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, we expect this was the point in which they made their closest approach, 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
Camilla, we'll all be cutting onions. When we hear that cheer, we'll all start.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's in the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis II crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. You can see the SIR here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. We also have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring science priorities are represented during mission execution.
And just want to welcome in everybody. Thank you for joining us. Be sure to hit the like button. Really appreciate your support there. And thank you for joining us and watching History Together. Ambi, good to see you. Welcome in.
Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
Hold on, it probably went either super fast or really, really slow. It's like the longest 40 minutes.
The crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks. As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the fourth of 5 blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At this time, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3. One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reid Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions. Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
Looks like they were back for a second there. Are they back? Are they back yet? I keep seeing little blips. Are they back? That's true, Barry. Add in a minute. Yeah, you gotta add in the lag for sure. Erica,
We're
welcome
in
in.
the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
All right, I'll go ahead and I'll pause it now. I'll go ahead and pause it now. Seems like they're back in communication. All right, we need to hear from them. Make sure they haven't been co-opted by any aliens on the dark side of the moon there.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away. With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home. Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion. This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build, We will build ships. We will visit again. We will construct science outposts. We will drive rovers. We will do radio astronomy. We will found companies. We will boast our industry. We will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected, we copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
All right, if you guys can look up at the moon. It's pretty cloudy here today, right? Tonight I can't look up at the moon, but
we are happy to say we copy.
If you look up at the moon tonight, just think of them. Think of the four astronauts on Orion, Integrity, coming back home.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn, that with this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, but what also committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
So I have, it's a waning gibbous, and it's next moonrise is 12:24 a.m. So for us, it's going to be, so it's
at this time the crew is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings, and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon. This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame. Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame. This view on your screen is a visualization. The spacecraft now 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow, while the number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
Yeah, so they're going to see a solar eclipse of the Earth. We always say solar eclipse of the moon. A solar eclipse. No, we just say solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse. So this is going to be an Earth eclipse. Instead of a lunar eclipse, it's going to be an Earth eclipse. That's pretty cool. So this, of course, is just a visualization. This is not any video or I can't wait to see their photos. They said, when they get back, they're going to show their high definition, high resolution photos, and they're going to share that. I can't wait for that. So touchdown, splashdown is going to be flight day 10, which is Friday. So I definitely want to stream that. Because we did launch. We did a little update yesterday. Now we're covering this live. So we definitely have to do splashdown.
Again, we are MET, mission elapsed time, 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis II. We have reestablished communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft, now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility the moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
Yeah, I don't know exactly when they're touching down yet or splashing down. It's off the coast of San Diego, so I'm assuming it's going to be daytime. I don't think they want to do this at night. I'm almost positive they don't want to do this at night. So whatever they do, they're going to target at daytime.
Integrity, Houston. In mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis II patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
Oh, that's cool. They flipped their patches around, so now they're, instead of going to the moon, now they're coming back home.
That's great. See the light of day as we head back to.
It's like when you go on vacation, you're really happy to be on vacation, but you're really happy to be home. So it's like, I'm sure they're like, they so are excited to be where they are, of course, but then they're probably really, really looking forward to coming home and being home. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's always nice. It's always great to be on vacation, but it's always nice to be home. And I cannot wait to see these images that they took. Last one, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining us. KNS Biochemistry, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's see, Leo, good to see you. Yes, it is pretty freaking cool. I agree. Deviant, you had a dream last night. There was an eclipse back on Earth. Interesting. Running with scissors. My dog needs an attitude maneuver. Nice. That's pretty funny. I would be relieved too, right? Every day is a vacation for you. Deviant. Camilla says 24 hours is nothing compared to 5 days of traveling, right? And they still have 5 days, right? Well, 4, I guess, really, because today is the 6th day. So they have, they have 4 more days. 4 more days. Play on Crime. I'm hoping for some images before I go to bed tonight. I think it's, yeah, they may still get some, well, now their camera's going to be facing the Earth. So Richard loves splashdown.
A very special moment just now in mission control ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis II crew. And the Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim. And we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission.
So yeah, as they get closer to Earth, Earth's gravitational pull is going to, they're going to increase their speed faster and faster. And Artemis 1 had some problems. Well, they didn't have problems, but there were some heat shield issues, I think. And Artemis 2 is going to be coming in a sharper descent. So I know that there was some, just in the back of their minds, they're just like, okay, we just got to keep an eye on that. Cart, hello. Welcome in from Belgium. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. XD, can't wait for the pictures to be out. Absolutely. Me too. Scott, why is it so dark and light outside? Well, this is a visualization. This is not a true video and or picture right now. This is just a visualization until they can get their cameras operational again. Red Snap, you think we will hear them break into this? Yeah, I remember hearing. What did we hear? Was it the shuttle?
Joining me here in the room, Artemis Mission Control, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis II Science Officer. Thanks for being here, Angela.
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing. I can't contain myself. So it's been a really awesome day.
So you're sitting on console at the Science Console now. Have you been in the SIR earlier today?
There's a lot going on. So I went here first, and then I'm going to go there after.
Clear, Houston.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. We moved it, and we are in bias tail to sun.
Super C, how cool is that? Moon has just risen in the UK. Awesome.
We're in bias tail to sun now.
Yeah, go out, Super C, go out and say hello.
Affirm. And Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Glad we're back.
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that you, the MER, and Mission Control have flipped your patches around, and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Okay, Angela, so can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis II and the science preparation for the mission?
Yes, so I'm one of the 3 science officers. So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over kind of closer to the end of the day. And then Trevor Graff is on the planning shift. And so it's the 3 of us in this 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. And so the science officer console is a brand new console to Mission Control. And it's not every day that you get a new discipline incorporated into Mission Control. So it's been such a significant milestone for us. And it's just a testament to the commitment that the Flight Operations Directorate and NASA have, that they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science throughout Artemis. So it's really exciting. And then the science preparation. So I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout outs that you've gotten today, it warms my heart. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation worm. I promise you that. But so all the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations, right? We were part of all of it. And, that is what we did to get the crew to be, they are a part of the science team, and they are the forefront, that nice edge. And they're just been doing such a great job today.
I know. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. So So I would like to know a little bit about how you have developed procedures for this crew. What kind of science activities are they carrying out inside the spacecraft?
Yeah, so the procedure development has been a unique challenge. I would say the exploration science that we're doing is inherently pretty flexible, and operations is, I'd say, inherently has more structure and rigidity. And so to marry the two and to operationalize the science that we want to get done has been a challenge. But I think we've been able to go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. And yeah, it's been really great. What was the second part of your question?
Just what kind of these science activities that they're performing, which of those have you really had a hand in?
Yeah, so a lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. And I know we've talked a lot about, what they've been doing, and they've been doing a lot, and it's been a little dark, so I can re-explain what some of those things that they're doing. So the observation blocks are about an hour long, and the crew is organized, the 4 crew members are organized into 2 pairs of 2, the window team and the cabin team. And the lunar targeting package that you've been showing up and that the crew have on their handheld tablets is really the instructions for the window team. So the window team, the 2 crew members are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens. One has, they're just looking out the window with their unaided eye, and they're taking these detailed observations. And then halfway in that observation block, they do the window team position swap. So that's what Capcom's been calling out, and they'll switch positions. So each crew member has a chance to have that long lens. And then that's just what the window team is doing. There's also the cabin team, where they also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time. And then the cabin team, they have the interior camera, and they're taking images inside the cabin. They're also supporting the window team, where, you've heard some call outs where looking out at the bright moon and then looking inside the dark cabin and looking at their LED screen is a lot. So the cabin team is also helping support, target, and guide the window team into specific targets on their plan. They're also helping call out these science situational reps. So they're looking out a different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping. They're doing a lot. And so making sure we have a plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes was really important.
So tell me a little bit more. You talked earlier about the analogs that the crew has done. What kind of analogs or environments were really useful for this?
Yeah, so for procedure development, right, you have so many different environments that you can do. You have classroom, like we said, you have the Orion mock-up, you have simulations, and at least for developing the plan, we kind of did it in a tiered approach, because each of those different analog environments helps us answer a slightly different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. So we would start with the classroom. So we would we would just get into a classroom, we would put all the hardware on the table, and then we'd almost role play of like, you be Victor, you be Reid, you be Jeremy, and I'll be Christina, and like, let's just do the plan how we think we should do it. Write that down, and then just keep iterating on that, and then
Integrity Houston for a tag up pre-forward link LOS in place of the Flight Director Conference.
Okay, Jenny, we're ready.
All right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first 2 are for timeline. First of all, Reid for your toilet maintenance. It is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone changeout. That portion of the procedure is canceled. Victor, you have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the Eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the Eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally, for the D5 with the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine, you will likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Okay, Houston, we copy all. Thanks for those words, Sydney.
All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS, meaning that we won't be communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data during that time frame. So, Angela, we were talking about analog environments. You were telling me about the classroom and getting in there and pretending who's Victor, who's Reid. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, it works pretty well. So you're going to do the plan how you expect it to be, and then once we finalize that plan, we'll give it to a completely new group of people and have them practice it. And then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense. And we'll reiterate on it over and over. And then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment like the Orion mock-up. And we'll do the same thing because that volume is smaller, the window placement, their seating, what things have we forgotten with this, addition of this environment. And then once we, reiterate on that, we'll take it then, we'll give it to the crew and have them execute off of it during mission simulations. That's the highest fidelity that we can do before we send it to space. So this is the first time we've had to do this because we're a brand new console. And it just sparks so many neurons of like, how are we going to do this for surface missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to have kicked off this process, but there's so much more to come.
Fascinating. And I think it was really well thought out too, because each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task. And so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member, maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. So we also know that Artemis II has traveled. They're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from the moon than the Apollo missions did. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting?
Yeah, observations are so fundamental in the scientific toolkit, particularly observations from different perspectives, different scales, and with different techniques. And so for this, so we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. There's pros and cons for all those things for this mission. So we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of scale, this zoomed out scale, you can learn different things. This different perspectives. So their perspective, as Kelsey talked about, photometry around when they orbit the moon. And then also just their different the different things they're able to observe. So yeah, let me talk a little bit about scale, because I think observations at different scales, you can gain a lot of different information. So like, for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about observations from micro to macro, or from outcrop to orbit. So looking at, a rock at this scale, you can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals. And you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder. And these are the different things that I'm observing around, that gives me context to this sample. And then you zoom out a little bit more and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high ridge feature. And then because I can see the trail that it came from, okay, now let me describe this ridge, and different parts in it, and maybe other boulders that I'm seeing. And then you zoom out further of the orbit scale, and you're like, this ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information, and so that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives are so important. So this zoomed out kind of far view is this full lunar disk view. It's the full lunar. On Earth, we see the full lunar disk as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side, and we're able to see it, all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare very quickly to different parts of the surface. And the color particularly is very compelling, because you can just be able to very quickly compare from 3 different regions. Is it in the same family? Is this actually a little bit different? Compare that to what they see in their orbital data that they have access to on their portable computers, and really just be able to tease out that nuance and information.
Yeah, we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked with Kelsey about this a little bit, just how exciting it was to hear the browns and greens and things like that. I cannot wait to see those pictures. Yeah. So one last question. We are coming up on the last lunar flyby observation block, and this is when we are going into a solar eclipse. So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
Yeah, so the data set. So yes, there's so many things. How to pick one. So I'd say the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is some of their annotations that they're taking. So in this opportunity, it's a very dynamic type of experience in that we don't normally see this activity. And so being able to have crew observe the solar corona and then also annotate it in their on their portable computing device is just such a unique thing that humans can give to missions, and also particularly being able to annotate what they're observing while they're talking about it is also unique to being able to have astronauts in orbit as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface because the astronauts will be in suits. They're going to be collecting samples, they're going to be deploying instruments. And so personally, I'm really excited to see some of these annotations and to see how that develops over time, because you've heard a lot of descriptions. And I think, when people are describing something that's unique and different, you can interpret it differently. But if you're drawing and you're marking, particularly just going back to like the color provinces, for example, and those boundaries, you know exactly what they meant. And really, I'm just very excited about those annotations. There's been some famous annotations that the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures that have, and lofted dust that have given a lot of debate within the scientific community of they're observing this phenomenon, and now it's our job to hypothesize of like, why are they observing this? Like, what is going on? So I think that's just a really cool part of exploration and science, and this beautiful thing that we're about to do.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and the audio, but now
don't sleep on the annotations. I am very excited to see these little sketches that they're able to draw out, and we have pictures that they can just draw right on. It's like, this particular thing is different than what we've seen. So I'm excited about that.
I'm excited too. Angela Garcia, thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on Console.
Thank you, and you've been doing a great job, and it's so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Mohammed. Yes, the crew passed over the dark side of the moon about a half hour ago. They came out of it, so probably about 45 minutes to 50 minutes ago they started, and so they went. They're past the dark side of the moon, backside of the moon, and now they're heading home. They're basically heading home. So yes, if you want to see it, they were out of communication for about 40 minutes. They came back about a half hour ago. They came back out of communication, loss of communication, I should say, about a half hour ago. So about over an hour ago, they went into. So, yep. So they did do that. So now they're heading home. They're heading home. But before that, they have to check out this solar eclipse.
Integrity Houston, you have 3 minutes until we go into a forward link LOS. We will be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
Hey, Afton, how are you? Yes, LOS they call it, loss of signal.
Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Likewise.
And Mohammed, they're basically sending new data. Like every minute, they're sending new data. But there was loss of signal communication blackout. They were taking pictures. They were still conducting experiments. But right now we're just seeing images from within the cab. Excuse me, the cabin. Sorry, I guess I was a little hot there. Got a little excited. Let me turn myself down a bit. All right. I was a little excited there, talking too loud. I'll talk a little bit quieter. All right, Richard, have a good night. Go cook. Enjoy. It is, Kim. It is very exciting. I have to
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis II crew inside. That's Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. We are still live for our lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a solar eclipse from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge. We will get back pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse. We are also in a forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications. The spacecraft is now 4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away. Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756 statute miles. Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon. The crew also set that new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth. This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night, by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. This shows you how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity, now traveling 930 miles per hour. During this break in their time today, the crew is working on a couple of other tasks. Some of those include their National Geographic timeline test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA to help tell the story of Artemis II. So you've seen the crew with some GoPros inside the cabin, taking videos and pictures, and with other cameras as well. National Geographic plans to leverage its portfolio of media assets, including magazines, social and digital content, and television programming for engagement opportunities. Throughout the flight, the crew has been timelined a little bit each day to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, and that includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and just their overall thoughts about the mission. And I cannot wait to see that footage.
And just a quick reminder to hit the like button if you guys don't mind. Really appreciate that. Just take a minute to hit the like button while we enjoy some history together. The crew passed the dark side of the moon. They came within 4,067 miles of the moon's surface, and now they're heading back home. They're coming back home with splashdown. It's going to be Friday, I believe, right now. We'll tune into that time frame as we get closer to it. But right now, I think it's going to be Friday. I'm not sure when just yet, but as we get closer, or as I hear, I'll let you guys know.
Teams on the ground reporting that the spacecraft is looking good and that the power aboard is good as well, all setting us up in a proper position before Eclipse.
Okay, so according to NASA.gov, NASA's website, so their splashdown is going to be Friday around 8:07. So it's about 5 o'clock on the West Coast. So that'll be perfect for us because we'll stream a trial during the day, and then we'll pick back up on splashdown at night. So set your clocks. Join us for splashdown, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific on Friday, April 10th. Weekend Warrior, hello. If they can see the crew in real time, why do they put up a simulation for us instead of letting us see in real time? I feel stupid. No, that's okay. This is outside the spacecraft. They had live cameras as they were approaching the moon. I'm not sure why they don't have live cameras now.
The crew is in a little break during our flyby coverage for today. They will resume their flyby momentarily in about 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that solar eclipse. Now, the moon is our nearest celestial neighbor, orbiting Earth at less than 250,000 miles on average. When our astronauts venture there for future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites near the lunar South Pole. There, ancient rocks, minerals, and trapped water ice will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Let's learn more about the lunar South Pole with this video featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead.
We learned a lot from the Apollo samples, but we still have a lot left to learn about the moon. The Apollo missions visited only a pretty narrow swath of the moon. All the missions were concentrated near the near-side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights were unlocked with the Apollo samples, but we have so many questions still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon.
And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
NASA's Artemis missions are NASA's plan to send people to the surface of the moon. We'll be sending people and roving assets and scientific equipment to, among other things, answer a lot of really compelling science questions. Scientists have a lot to learn about the moon. It's our nearest celestial neighbor here to Earth, so what the moon has experienced, we've experienced. Except here on Earth, we have things like plate tectonics, oceans, forests, people that erase the rock record. Whereas on the moon, that whole record of our planet's history, of the moon's history, is just kind of waiting there at the surface for us to explore. The South Pole, which is where Artemis missions are going to target, is specifically interesting for a couple key reasons. We think there are volatiles at the South Pole of the moon that are not present near the equator. Things like water and water ice that are trapped in the lunar regolith, which basically just means lunar soil, that can easily become untrapped from that lunar regolith, and scientists can scoop up and study for return to Earth.
The lunar South Pole is a really exciting scientific target, and it also comes with some challenges for operating. For example, the lighting environment will change drastically within the course of one mission and even over sometimes the course of one spacewalk. So preparing the crew members, preparing the hardware that we're sending to the moon, and preparing the mission control teams is really, really important. The South Pole Aitken Basin is particularly exciting. We think it's one of the oldest and largest impact basins in the solar system. And if we can get the right rock from the South Pole Aitken Basin and bring it back to our labs here on Earth, we can use that sample to constrain the entire evolution of our solar system and really understand the timing of how the moon and our planet and the entire solar system evolved.
You're looking at a live view aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Artemis II crew, working in the middle of one of their breaks, or really their only break today, during this lunar flyby period. Coming up next will be that solar eclipse.
Oh, thank you guys for getting us to
Throughout the Artemis II mission, and of course throughout today, you've likely heard the crew being called with the name Integrity. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference September 24th, 2025. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. They said this name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back, inspire the world, and set the course for a long-term presence at the moon. The crew also said that integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the CSA, the Canadian Space Agency.
Erica, yes. Jeremy is Jeremy's your Canadian. All right, so they're getting ready for this eclipse, and I guess I thought it was going to be the sun was in front of the sun was behind the Earth, but that's not the case. It's actually going to be, the moon is going to be eclipsing the sun. So that was my bad. Hope ate fear, Mom, I'm coming home. Right? Nice. Debbie, do you know what time their mornings start? I don't. I just know they get 8 hours sleep. They have an 8-hour sleep cycle schedule. I think they're going to go offline tonight. I think around, well, I know it ends, this eclipse ends at 9:20. So I think they're going to go off. 9:45 their coverage concludes. So 9:30 the eclipse period ends, and 9:45 they're going to shut it down. So they probably get up, I guess then they probably go to bed at like 11, get 8 hours. And then
we are 5 days, 1 hour, and 38 minutes mission elapsed time into Artemis II. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so at NASA, and for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis.
Red Pen, the moon will block...
Again, we are in a forward link LOS, or forward link loss of signal with the crew, meaning that we're not able to communicate or send any commands to them right now as they were. This is a tracked event that occurs at times, but they could still provide communications down here to us. And we are obviously still receiving their video and their data.
So wait, so Mission Control cannot talk to them, but they can talk to Mission Control. Interesting. All right, Nan, I was confused. I didn't hear them say it. Yeah, they have an 8-hour sleep schedule. They get 8 hours of sleep, and they're going to go offline at 9:45 Eastern. So it's like another hour and a half. So we'll hang with you guys until then, and then we'll call it a day here. Joanne, yes, it is amazing. Love the fact that you guys are with us. Really appreciate you spending your time with us and checking this out. Wild Angel, that looks like me trying to maneuver around in the crawl space in my basement. Nice. I9 says, look at them being all serious and productive. I'd be the one doing backflips in the corner. I know, right, Pammy? Please give us a special photo. I don't think we're going to get photos from them until they land. You know, any of the photos from the cameras. Was it a Nikon, right? With a 400 lens, 400 times magnifying. Linda, Mission Control does all of that. They don't have to worry. It's basically it's out of their hands. They're not controlling it.
Houston integrity in the blind. High priority PAO activities on Reid's timeline are on PCD1 in a folder imagery for downlink, and then high priority standby imagery for downlink, and then lunar flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
Ooh, wait, now they just said something about image download. Integrity in the blind, high priority activities on Reid's timeline. Folder imagery for downlink. Ooh, maybe they are going to downlink some stuff. Maybe they are going to download some images. That would be cool. Hope 8 Fear. Text me your boss. Houston, I will be late in the morning. History is happening in real time. Kathy, all sleep at the same time? Yes, they all sleep at the same time. They all, just to synchronize their schedule. So they all go to sleep at the same time. Wild Angels. So Christina said that. Here at Mission Control, they said they were going to download some images. All right. Mohammed, can they open YouTube there and watch this live? I'm afraid to look at the comments. That would be something. That would be something. That would be a real trip if they're like watching our stream. Joanne, yes.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard Reid Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission aboard Orion, make a call in the blind. This means he knows we cannot call back and that he knows we may not receive his call. However, we have good communications with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now due to a forward link loss of signal. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that momentarily. But that call that came down from Wiseman mentioned some imagery, so we are very much looking forward to getting pictures taken from the moon today. Again, to see those images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Welcome in, Octopus Connection. Just saying hello to you. Joanne, yeah, it was Reid's wife passed away. I think, from what I could tell, it was 2020. She had cancer, 5-year battle with cancer. She left two daughters to Reid. Reid is the commander, and they named a crater. Yeah, they named a spot on the moon after her. Carol, was it Carroll, or was it just Carol? I thought I heard 2 L's maybe, but yeah, they requested that they name a crater after her. So. All right, Camilla's going to go feed your boys. Sounds good. Octopus Connection, thank you for joining us. Correct trajectory by pressing like. Yes, please press the like button. Correct the trajectory. Let's get these images downloaded. The more that you guys hit the like button, the more we're going to have images downloaded. Yeah, no doubt, Joanne. So it was Carroll. Thank you, Aaron. I thought that as well. I wasn't sure. So
the view on your screen right now is an animation. This is called Arrow, or Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can visit this for yourself at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and you can watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth and farther away from the moon. It's all seemed to happen so fast so far, and we're coming up on splashdown now in 3 days, 23 hours and 31 minutes.
Yeah, so Carol, 2 R's and 2 L's. Corroll. Two R's and 2 L's. So yeah, that was nice. That was nice. Mohammed, yes, we are as live as we can be. We are as live as we can be. We'll stay live for about another hour and 20 minutes or so. 9:45. It's 8:30 right now. Yeah, another hour and 15 minutes or so. It sounds like they're going to go offline at. Well, here, let me pull it up. This is their schedule for today. Let's see, moon timing, not that one. Where's the other one? All right, there's their schedule. So we're at it's 8:23. So 8:35 eclipse period begins with moon eclipsing the sun. So the moon's going to eclipse the sun. Then solar eclipse ends. So it's basically an hour. We're going to have an hour of this eclipse, and then they're going to conclude their coverage. So then that's it for the day, and then we'll call it a day then too. Napon says, I will write a song for this operation of the Orion's mission to the moon. Is at Moon Flyby in next time. All right, very cool. Welcome in. Thank you. Yeah, she's saying 3 days, but 3 days, 23 hours. That's basically 4 days. All right, whatever. Well, I looked it up, and they're saying Friday, April 10th. I've got Friday, April 10th. Either way, we'll keep an eye out. Here, let me see. This is from Cincinnati Enquirer. Let's see what do they say. April 10th. They're scheduled to come down April 10th at 8:07. Yep, they're going to splash down off the coast of San Diego around 8:07 on April 10th. The location and time of the splashdown will continue to shift as mission milestones are reached. And right now it's scheduled. They're scheduled to come down 8:07 p.m. That's Eastern time, April 10th. Octopus Connection says, you plan to paint this moon journey in watercolors? Very cool. Kimbers. Still early. She said 3 days, 23 hours, which is basically 4 days. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I heard 3 days, 23 hours in there. Thank you, Wild Angel, which is basically 4. Yep, basically 4 days. Basically 4 days. Yeah, then sometimes they say launch versus flight, which I think meant when they left the Earth's gravitational pull. I think because like when we were doing a recap yesterday. And she was saying day 3 of flight time, but it was like day 5. It's a little confusing there. A little confusing.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are in a forward link LOS with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands or communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get spacecraft data. This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so. Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to our explorers. Over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, enabling advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon.
Yeah, there was a huge CME, a coronal mass ejection that happened.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Every day, those networks are at the mercy of our temperamental sun. and the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. That's why NASA's Space Weather Program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt, modeling their paths, anticipating their impacts, and leading the research that the world's industries rely on. NASA's space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society and enables critical decision-making that equips pilots to reroute around high radiation areas, farmers to adjust GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans, and power grid operators to mitigate the impacts of potential surges. For those exploring other worlds, NASA provides 24/7 space weather monitoring for Artemis crews at the Moon and future Mars astronauts who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. Whether you're a pilot or a passenger, a farmer or a consumer, a power grid operator or energy customer, a satellite controller or GPS user, space weather impacts us all.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54 minutes since we launched. We are still in our flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now, we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse. There also may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
I'm not sure where the moon is. I guess that's the sun coming out from the moon? No. Trying to get my orientation here. I know, Christy, I'm trying to figure it out too. Well, clearly that's the sun.
You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon. And this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses just like we do from Earth to safely view it. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby.
I'm hoping that once the sun is behind the moon, we'll be able to see the ring. Like you see here on Earth, you can see an entire ring. I'm hoping that's what happens. And I'm not sure if that's a planet and that dot that's on the kind of left area there, or if that's part of the Orion spacecraft. I'm not sure. I think ultimately when they get home and we see the pictures, that's where it's really going to really hit us. So clearly that curve is part of the moon.
What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
All right, Missy, have a good night.
Science, integrity, in the blind. This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reid is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3, and it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earthshine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
I'm hoping we get to see the full circle around the moon. Debbie, that small dot is Artemis and the large is the moon. Yeah, I wonder if that small dot is just a part of their, I don't know what that is. I'm hoping that once the sun goes completely behind the moon, we'll see it. We'll see it. We'll see a ring. We'll see a ring, like what you would see here on the Earth.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission. Orion is now 252,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis mission control room in Houston, Texas. And what you had just before we lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion of the lunar flyby. We're now over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. And teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft.
So they're going to pass from one ground crew to the other ground crew. So everything takes place here. The crew in space doesn't control much other than the experiments. But everything, life support, propulsion, everything happens here. Debbie, that's why you think that small dot is the ship? Yeah, it could be. It could be. It could be. It is pretty cool that we're able to talk and communicate with each other around the world. I will say that is pretty cool. See, now here I would have thought we would have seen the ring, but I guess we're not going to see the ring. They said the ship is facing the moon front and center, Debbie says. Okay. Iowa backyard cam. Is Wendy holding on the moon?
You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later that it is something else entirely.
So she just said she thinks that's part of the spacecraft. So Debbie, you were right. She thinks that's part of the spacecraft, but they're going to find out for sure. Running with scissors going to take out the telescope tonight? Yeah. I've taken some pretty decent shots of the moon with this telescope Aaron bought.
It has been an absolute honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby of Artemis II, the first time humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to hand over the
team is shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earthshine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the corona, where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earthshine.
You know our rules that we don't talk when the crew is talking, so wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currently handing over with the Orbit 1 flight director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Artemis II crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
I'm going to share with you some photos that I've taken of the moon over the course of time. I'll just share a few photos here. So these are all from this telescope that Aaron bought me for Christmas quite a few years ago now. I've got a couple different magnifying lenses of different magnification. So that one's pretty cool. You can see the ridges, right? That's pretty good, right? Not too bad. Let's see what else I got here. Here you go. Here, I just leave it up there. There's the moon. There's the moon.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team, and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Ah, so that's Venus. That's Venus. Oops. Don't want that. Hold on. That one turned out pretty good too. I like that one. That turned out pretty good. So that's Venus twinkling out there.
Science integrity. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Yes, we can't wait to see these photos too. I cannot wait. So maybe another...
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
Two meteors. How cool is that? So they saw 2 meteors during this. That's pretty cool.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes. And at that point, then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
Yeah, these images are going to be amazing. So if they land on Friday, I would say maybe it's going to take them a couple days. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how quick they'll get them out. The public is going to be clamoring for those photos, but they probably have to look at them first. Make sure there's no aliens waving. make sure there's no moon bases on the dark side of the moon. But yeah, no. I can't wait. I can't wait for these photos. It's going to be amazing. Hope 8 Fair, you need to put this stream under your microscope. Octopus Connection, I know I've already painting from the photos loaded on the NASA website already. Imagine the aliens waving, right? Can you imagine? See, I would be okay with that. I would be totally okay if there was a picture of an alien on the dark side of the moon waving at us. I would be totally okay with that. I'd be like, yes, of course they have a base on the moon on the dark side. Sorry. I would totally be okay with that. Well, Mohammed, you're waiting for high quality pictures of the moon for your phone wallpaper? Absolutely. Sparkling Princess, that's going to be so beautiful. Sherry, it will be amazing. Debbie, you do believe in them? Hope, 8 Fear, that's all we need. Sure, why not? JC, thanks for sharing this broadcast. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. Kathy, I thought aliens were from Mars. Octopus Connection, it'll be on your Instagram, same handle. Well, pop in and let us know. Let us know that they're there, and we'll go check them out. Drop in one of our streams when your pictures are done, and we'll go check them out. Just let me know that they're there. Sherry, me too, but I don't think people would show an alien. People would freak out. I know. Dawn, how long? How long what? I need more context. Kaylee, those would be Martians. Yes, those would be Martians. All right, Octopus, will do. Cool. Yeah, just drop in. Just drop in and say, hey, my art is ready, and we'll go check it out. Mal, thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting space and science. Because that's what you guys are doing. You're supporting, not only are you supporting our channel, but you're supporting the fact that we love space and we're sharing it with you guys. So thank you. Appreciate that, you guys. Sherry, you're wearing your Trial TV Live t-shirt while watching this amazing stream. Awesome. That's so cool. Oh, Camilla, I read The Martian. I didn't see the movie. Did you guys see the movie that was Matt Damon? I read the book. That was a good book. I did read the book. Sherry, what shirt do you have? Red pen. If Martians are from Mars, do we call aliens from the moon Moosians? Possibly. Mohammed, you've stayed up too late. If I sleep now, I'd definitely be late for work. Oh. Appreciate you staying with us. I think I told you earlier, I said, if you're a little bit sleepy, it's worth it, right? It's worth it. Camilla, you read the book? Yeah, I read the book too. Oh, the red one. Okay, red Trial TV Live shirt. Gotcha. Very cool. There you go, Octopus. Christy just followed you on Instagram. Insta. Ronnie, I wouldn't freak out. I'd be amazed to see there's another life form.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon as we're flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think it's we're starting to see the the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earthshine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Hey Jenny, we have you loud and clear, thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to science for some critical questions. Thanks for your report.
Yeah, so we'll be on for like another 40 minutes or so,
Science,
45 minutes.
we were loving your science sit reps in the blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reid observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reid, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
Yeah, they said they had seen 2 meteors, so I guess I don't know if those meteors hit the moon, but they saw impact flashes. So that's clearly debris or meteor striking the moon. And they were able to witness that. Not sure if they were able to capture that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that signal, so the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that loss of signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Okay, we got you loud and clear. One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
That one guy was dancing. I don't know if you saw him. There was one guy on the bottom left was dancing.
See it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go look at a PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
This is Artemis Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing that communication between the Science Officer. The Orbit 1 Science Officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from The moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about 6,300 miles away from the moon and about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
Yeah, both of those women that were part of the science group, they were being interviewed earlier. They had both of them on earlier. And I think that guy was dancing because who was it? Was it Jeremy or was it Reid was just talking about the impacts. So that guy was doing this happy dance. I think because of what was being described, that they actually saw meteors hitting the moon and seeing the flashes, the impact. I'm pretty sure that's why he was excited. But maybe he won a bet. maybe he's betting on the men's basketball championship tonight. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so Splashdown's going to be Friday, 8:07 Eastern, 5:07 Pacific. That could change. You know. They've been pretty spot on with their timing. So if it does change, I don't think it's going to be too far off of that, which will be perfect for us because we'll be streaming a trial during the day, and then we'll come back at like 7 and get ready for Splashdown, or even 6. We'll see. Jill, they both remind you of Amy from The Big Bang. Yeah, I think it's great seeing all these women in NASA, and I just think it's fantastic. I love it. Absolutely love it. Like I said, I have 4 family members. 3 of them are male, 1 of them is female, that have worked at NASA, are working at NASA, have worked on this program, are working on this program. So I think it's great. It's great to have women so prominent. I think it's fantastic. Joanne, all right, gonna exit stage left, exit stage right. All right. Have fun. Enjoy your night, Joanne. We'll be finishing in probably about 20 minutes or so.
For sunrise, the window teams are Christina is supporting, and also Z9 in window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2, and Reid is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Coronal.
Oh, so that's Victor. That's Victor talking.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
Ooh, so does that mean we're going to be able to see it? They're going to start to see coronal effects. Yeah, those 2 right there. They were interviewed earlier. So does that mean we're going to see video of this coronal effects? That'd be cool. I'd like to see that before I go to bed.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard the crew call down to the team here in Houston, reporting that they have swapped out who is in the windows for the final portion of the lunar flyby. So Christina Cook is in window 1, with Jeremy Hansen in window 2 and Reid in window 3. Reid is focusing on observing corona, which is the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. There is about 18 minutes remaining in the eclipse period.
Science in Houston integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st, because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor.
And just one more logistics note, we have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so you can't see anything on the screens. Every bit of light in the cabin affects the view. You're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side, and so we're expecting to see some corona here soon.
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet. That line of planets, there's something a moon diameter to the left, and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So, but anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so, in unreal view, yeah, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window, and now its deep space behind it is kind of dark blue, like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
Victor,
I'm just doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
This is just absolutely beautiful and inspiring to hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is Saturn and Mars. That reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look to the future of where we're going.
Yeah, we can absolutely see the color of Mars. That's awesome. Okay, and from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock on the Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter, still no coronal structure.
Houston copies.
And we aren't able to distinguish which Mare is, but we can clearly see Mare in the Earthshine.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the south pole, near the South Pole on the terminator. Reid just saw one.
Amazing. Integrity Science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and we have about 11 minutes remaining in the Eclipse at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis II crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft. We've received several different call downs from the crew and questions up from the science officer here in Mission Control. One of the things that they said that they were able to see is Mars off in the distance, and then the science team also confirmed that they should be seeing Saturn setting behind the moon. They've also acknowledged seeing several different impact flashes, and these are flashes of lights from meteorites striking the surface of the moon. They've also mentioned the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have officially completed their handover. So the Orbit 2 team is now leading here in Mission Control, and that is being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom here in Mission Control will be Tess Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand side is the Flight Director console, and Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
Okay, the light is continuing to grow in intensity. At about the 4 o'clock position on the about the 8 o'clock position on the Earthshine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
All right, so now the sun's coming out on the other side, or the moon is
This
passing.
is Artemis Mission Control. That view you're seeing on your screen is coming from the solar array wing cameras outside of the Orion spacecraft. And you can see the light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continue to grow in intensity.
Copy, Victor. And reminder, you still should have several minutes before the Eclipse classes need to go on. And we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder. But you should be good for several more minutes.
Copy. Thank you. And yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you.
So now here's the sun coming, or the moon now is, the sun's coming out from the other side. So it went in to our right, and now it's coming out to our left. I wish we could see more.
Okay, we all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earthshine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
Like I was hoping that we would see like the full silhouette of the moon instead of just that one little blip there. But baby hair, I've never heard that before. Baby hair when it comes to an eclipse. Yeah. If you look up baby hair eclipse, what is Bella wearing in twilight? No.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Artemis II astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft are currently observing an eclipse. And to the crew on board the spacecraft, the eclipse looks much like a total solar eclipse here on Earth, except the moon is much larger compared to the sun. Unlike a terrestrial solar eclipse where the moon and the sun appear the same size in the sky.
We are definitely starting to see structure. That baby hair is rapidly growing out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock.
Baby hair does not come up. When you look up baby hair, it does not come up.
We're reaching out for Venus or for the Earth.
And she just explained while we're not seeing the whole thing. I still thought we'd see like a little bit of an silhouette, but because the moon is so much bigger than the sun, I guess that's why.
If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
So far, it's pretty symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
And Integrity Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Oh, and I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it it's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of. There's a towering light, and then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
Houston, copies all.
To get a little warm.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the Eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Houston, we copy all. We are in Eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
And Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
They need 20 new superlatives for tomorrow's tomorrow's call-in or whatever. I mean, you can only say amazing and awesome and fantastic and spectacular so many different ways. Right, Red Pen? He needs more words. Just amazing. So they said 9:32 solar eclipse period ends, and here we are at 9:31, 9:32. So they've been right on. They've been spot on with their timing here. So coverage is gonna end in a few minutes. So we'll go offline at 9:45 as well, I think. But they've been spot on with their timing. Red Pen, this has been the best. I'm out of words too. Oh, they're cheering. Yeah, he needs a thesaurus. He needs a thesaurus as well. I'm getting punchy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside of the SIR, or the Science Evaluation Room, here in Mission Control Houston, just down the hallway from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW-3 camera T low caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
Okay, we copy, and if you didn't copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary, I would appreciate it.
We copied it fantastically.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So you all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reid. Thanks so much.
That's cool. I mean, you just don't get up there and say...
And this is Artemis Mission Control. The lunar flyby observation period is starting to come to a close following that eclipse. And there on your screen, you can see a look into the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, which is embedded within Mission Control to provide science input. And they provided that input throughout the live flyby operations today. They also have a back room called the Science Mission Operations Room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. And then, of course, we have the science officer on console here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, which you can see a view there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The science officer throughout the flyby operations today has been Kelsey Young, who is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead. And then to her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the science officer taking over for Orbit 2.
So I was just going to say that, you know, the planning that goes into this, you just don't go to the moon and then, oh, let's just look at this lunar, or let's look at this eclipse, the solar eclipse as well.
For the past 7 hours or so, the crew has been going through their lunar flyby observation period, and now they will wrap up that period and complete some final tasks and begin downlinking some of the amazing imagery that they've captured throughout the day, as well as some of the observations that they've recorded. And now on your screen, you're seeing a live look from the Orion spacecraft from those solar array wing cameras. The solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And during that time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and they used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere, while it was visible. And then once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew looked for impact flashes, which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface of the moon. They also looked for dust lofting above the limb or the edge of the moon, along with some deep space targets, including planets. And they noticed Mars off to the distance, and we also saw Venus on one of the solar array wing cameras early on in the eclipse period. The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth when they come around toward the moon's near side at the very end of that flyby window.
So they do download some images. So they have been downloading some images. So for splashdown, we'll definitely check this out for splashdown. So they download a few images. So we'll definitely check that out on Friday. I cannot wait to see some of these images. Thank you, you guys. Really appreciate you spending your time with us here. Looks like they're going to be wrapping it up here. Supercalifragilistic. It's a perfect word. That is a perfect word. So, yep. See you guys Friday for Splashdown for sure. Thank you, Pammy. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Kathy. Oh, who are you? Well, hi. Yeah. Thank you, Ronnie. Have a good night. Sleep well. Miss Bree, thank you, guys. All right. Yeah, it seems like we're going to be. Let's wrap it up here. Seems like they're gonna call it a night as well. They're ending, I think, at 9:45. So we'll go ahead and we'll wrap it up as well. So, all right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and end. Oh, it's gonna be it's a fun day. Little Sid back there. I think that's Sid. Dwayne, if you're watching, Grampy, here's a little Super Ball hanging out there. All right, Octopus just posted the first painting on Instagram. We'll go check that out. Thank you for that. Really appreciate you guys, being a part of history, sharing this with us, and it's nice to show you something. Like, we cover trials, right? For those that are regulars, we cover trials. That's what we do here. But we love space so much. We love space so much that we want to share these moments with you guys as well. So, that being said, tomorrow we will continue our coverage of Demoris out of Florida. And then we'll do Splashdown. Right now, it's going to be Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. That's when it's roughly going to be, Orion will be coming back home. But we'll go on maybe around 7 and just, follow them in, maybe even before. We may go on at 6 because I'll be too excited. I'll be too excited not to want to cover it. So with that being said, have a great evening. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. We will see you tomorrow for the Florida trial, and then we'll see you Friday for Splashdown. So with that, have a great evening. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you later. Bye.